Hello. My name's Derek, and I'm here to say we're live streaming a bit before bed today. All first stream, and then all live. You will be there when I arrive. Wait, no, that's not right. Let me start over. Hi, I'm host Derek, host of Talking with Fan People. Welcome to the internet television program that always brings bacon to the party. I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette. So I have my glasses on. I do have the chat on up in here on the big TV. There I am. See, look at that. Kind of fun, huh? Fun with infinity mirrors. Hey, look! It's that lady from New York. What's her name again? Beauty pants make delights a lot. Beauty pants make it delights a lot. Oh no! That's how the fly got inside. It was my fault after all, just as I suspected all along. I'll BRB. Okay, here we are, face to face, just a couple of silver spoons. Now, the title of this is Universal, Particular, Type, etc. Because after I made and watched that video earlier, I remembered what I was originally going to do, which I didn't end up doing. But I was gonna say how you can understand something about how receptive two types are based on comparing their configural and potentially absolute value. Um, Universal, particular, you know, negationary for affirmation, um, solvency, and teams. So, first of all, what I wanted to say was that if you're going to, you could configure those things in any number of possible ways, right? Like, instead of reducing the n's and the s's to two variables, you could reduce um, the you could reduce, like, say, the deliberation and interface functions to one variable, two variables. I guess you reduce that to, yeah, to two variables because it's four functions you're talking about. Because that's what I did with the n's and the s's. But I think that the n's and the s's are the best ones to reduce, because I think that tells you more about whether somebody's particularist or universalist than what's often considered a synonym, sensor, and intuitive. Uh, like, we can understand how two different sensors, for example, TISE and um, ESFP, SEFI, don't express with nearly the same relationship to universal and particular matters as, say, ISFJ and um, I don't know. I'm not sure where I'm going with this. I'm using a bit here out loud. The reason I was thinking about it before was specific to ESTJ being my benefactor type and my relationship with ENTJs and ESTJs who end up in the same column in the bottom table. Uh, they, in the bottom table, they both end up as uh, no. In the bottom table, ESTJ is a universal solver. In the top table, they're a particular solver, right? So the thing is, that allows me to be no use to them at all because they're offering particular solutions. My universal negation can only get in their way, right? And and then in the alternative conception of themselves, ENTJs and ESTJs, they are either um, trying to use their universal solvency uh, to think they're well advised to, like, say, give advice on how to solve other people's particular problems. you know, um, ENTJs should not be doing that. Neither should ESTJs, but you know, at least they actually are particular problem solvers. And the thing is about the universal solvency is that's going to it's like you're only going to face potential negation. You try the broader your solvency attempts to spread out, and you're never going to need negation or find any use for it at all. The more narrow your solvency construes. In contrast, I'm not going to find ENTJs especially useful to me because I'm working on universal negation, which is most naturally applied to um, particular solvency, but can also be applied to universal solvencies. Um, whereas I can use, to the extent that any solvency universalizes, I can benefit from that solvency, whereas they can't really ever benefit from my universal negation. It only gets in their way, right? And same is true with ESTJs. So I was thinking specifically that quality of benefactor beneficiary described in ssuartscire type um, is echoed in both of the types that are in that reciprocal identity / hidden agenda thing that I was pointing out. In other words, I can't be useful to either of the TE DOMs. Both can be useful to me. The one that's most useful to me is the one that I'm most adversarial to. Like, in the sense that it's easy to negate particular advocacies because, especially if you negate them on frame level, you're just adding burdens for preventing them from doing what they want to do to accomplish their goals, and that's not something nobody wants, like a dedicated cock blocker stationed in their life. But anyway, I would imagine that there's a lot of potential conversations like that to be had by looking at those tables when we're inclined to do so. I'm not currently feeling super inclined to do so, even though I titled it that, I know. That was my plan, but you know, the best laid plans of mice and men, and also of Eric, often fall victim to shitstorm of horror phenomenon. Oh, hi, Acacia. You want to throw the football around on the roof of this building while we talk about our love lives? Oh, hi, Ruben. Oh, that table? Yeah, I successfully fixed that problem. I'll put the link here. Let me get at the thing, then I can look at it, and then I'll be able to comment better than just trying to muse from my head. You may have noticed when I was outside, I was just trying to muse from my head. What exactly working out well? Well, okay. So the thing is, as I was saying outside, remember that this is a taxonomy that's a legal and fair taxonomy. In other words, taxonomies, it's one possible way of presenting data in a way that's more manageable. And in this case, you make it more manageable by eliminating two of the variables, by reducing them N and S into universal and particular, respectively. In truth, there's um, four universal and four particular functions, right? But I was trying to, my original point was to make a point about how if we simply reduce the NS distinction to universal particular and let the other functions, the so-called judging functions, um, do behave as instruments under that universalist to particularist frame. Remember, it's not necessarily that way. So, like a a universal affirmer, I've included in both for the two types for that as ENFP, INFP, because they both have N above S and they have uh, FI, right? But in actuality, I'm using that term universal particular to link to the NS as a way of simplifying to present an idea, because really the INFP has affirmation as an absolute value and has universality only as an instrumental value, which is why I put that other table down there, right? So I can show you this is how they appear to other people. This is basically objectively what they look like in their expression of self, mostly. Um, and here's what they self-identify as more, or feel it's probably more gets it down to the core of who they are, right? So the point about universal affirmers is that they want positive affirmative things, but instead of wanting it in the area of concrete shit necessarily, they want the meanings in there. They want to use meanings in conjunction with their feelings to affirm things that are also meanings mostly, you know. So sometimes this leads to actual action, sometimes not. But you know, I think a classic kind of universal affirmation thing to say would be with the amount of resources and corporate profit being brought in every year, surely we as a country can find a way to get housing for everybody, right? Um, that kind of argument is a universal affirmation. It's affirming a, a, a value, an ideal, as indicative of the need to take some sort of action without specifying what that action is, right? So that would be universal affirmation. Now, normally, of course, universal affirmations occur in non public policy matters and they're much more appropriate there. So, a universal affirmation in your own home might be um, we, you know, we're kind to one another. Now, if you are damaged, if you have BPD or something, that might not be how it plays out at all. But you're still very interested in affirming some positive, you know, affirming something as an ideal. If you're healthy, you'll try to live up to that ideal. If you're BPD or something, then you'll simply use the family members that are attacking or whatever, their failure to live up to that ideal as explaining why you're so sad or whatever, or mad. So the thing is, uh, if you look at the table on the universal affirmers, ENFP, INFP, they view themselves, though, they're not in the same box anymore. INFPs view themselves as particular affirmers. So they're saying, look, I'm not just saying here's the general rule about how to be good family members to each other or something, or what love is, or kindness, or something like that. I'm saying I'm doing this because I believe you should apply this in a particular instance. And I believe myself to be somebody who provides universal affirmations that can be particularized, you know. ENFP, in contrast, views themselves as a universal solver. So they're much more dangerous than INFPs because they're the ones who are much more likely to ultimately say that thing I said about surely we can provide we got to take some sort of action, we globally, universally, than our INFPs who want to see action locally taken, right? Is another way of saying that. So that's why I feel less conflict with INFPs, a lot less conflict with INFPs than I do with ENFPs, because universal solvency, I just negate that, right? I negate it every time because it doesn't begin at the frame level, and it's trying to say, let's let us solve this problem, right? Uh, Particular solvency, not nearly so annoying when you encounter it because they it doesn't have it has concentrated but limited in scope impact rather than diffuse impact of whatever size, right? And it doesn't have have a multiplying effect or a spreading out effect that has diminishing returns in distance away from itself conceptually, right? So, and obviously, the team people are going to have um, more problems with the universal negators like me if they're particular as team people than if they are universal team people, because my universal negations don't, they operate under the frame of a universally framed um, team thing. So I want to attain on that universal team, and I also want to universally negate. With the SFJs, they they're more concerned about the particular team, which is much more likely to run afoul of my universal negation than universal team, right? Because whatever, if you're too loyal to your in-group team thing, then you're likely to not be, you're susceptible to engaging in un, unacceptable behaviors or whatever in pursuit of your team's interests, um, getting perhaps too insulated from the rest of the world, as per Naked and Afraid Last One Standing. Like, you had all these people who were displaying particular team as a value while neglecting the reality that it didn't validate on universal team, nor did it validate at all by universal negation. So as a consequence, it made me mad, but I'm glad to see it made a lot of other people mad too. Interessante. Interessante is a new brand of white wine spritzer that we are currently marketing to, you know, white suburbanites, one of whom works in the tech industry, and the other who works as a consultant from home regarding corporate law or something. And they're really hoping that Becky, who's the wife, um, target market is open to trying a new off the shelf brand white wine spritzer. And they named it just for her, Interessante. Because, that's how she views herself. I'm so interessante. I'm so interessante that I embrace Mexican culture, including the word interessante. I also have taken this, instead of calling things gigantic, I now call them gigante. That's how you know you're really in with La Raza, is when you've replaced the word gigantic with gigante. Oh my God, that watermelon is gigante. How? Why? When? Where? Who? If? How do I manage to not successfully go outside prepared to smoke a cigarette again? Well, first of all, I watched an interesting, what ended up being an Interessante. Um, was it Gigante? I don't know. Was it Gigante? It was a regular sized soccer game. Anyway, it was pretty dull for the whole first half and like half of the second half. And then it got super good as Argentina suddenly woke up and stopped pussyfooting around as much as they had been um, in the first half. Because in the first half, they were really just. Let's get to Rachel. It reminded me of the soccer game that they made fun of on the Simpsons episode one time. Soccer was on TV, and the two teams are just like kicking it back and forth to each other in the midfield. They keep like turning it over, and it never even leaves the general midfield area. That's what the game in the first half looked like. It reminded me of. Argentina was playing so cautious, trying to hold possession, only sending like one lady up forward, and then South Africa kicked him in the ass and said, "Ha! Well, we're gonna score on you then." And they did. Even after that, Argentina just slow. We have to be super careful. Everybody stay behind the crossing guard. And they weren't generating anything. Then South Africa said, all right, you take this. And pow! And scored a second goal. And then Argentina was like, oh, we're down by 2 goals. And then a little bit after South Africa got their second goal, Argentina like woke up from a trance or something. And they really dominated the rest of the game. But even though, well, then they scored 2 more. They scored 2 goals and tied it up with South Africa. And even though they didn't get the win, they actually looked like the better team by the end of the game. In the first half, South Africa looked a lot more dangerous than Argentina. I was ranting to Rachel about how those darned Argentinians are so soft. Because they were just playing so soft. I couldn't believe it. Like they were all made out of crystal and were afraid to get cracked or something. Of course, after South Africa took the 2 goal lead, they tried to go into slowdown mode. And I think that's where Argentina took over the horse reins, because as they say in American football, prevent defense only prevents you from winning. So then, after Argentina scored one of those goals, South Africa was like, okay, we just got to not give up this last goal in this last few minutes here. They give up the tying goal. Then South Africa tries to kind of get back on the offensive foot a bit, but doesn't really work like that. They're just kind of muddling around a bit. Argentina's still looking like they actually have that possibility of scoring a third goal, but then time runs out, and South Africa's time wasting pays off. I don't like their time wasting tactics. If you actually measure all the time which they're not playing, stoppage time would always be like 20 minutes. Because with my 15-second skip ahead, I can check, a lot of times if there's just a free kick, it's a regular foul, it's a free kick, it takes 30 seconds between the foul being called and the lady actually kicking it. Sometimes 45 seconds, depending. Throw in at least 15, probably 30 seconds, depending on unless they're trying to get in really fast, right? But I'm saying under the conditions where they're trying to waste time, which is basically anytime underdog has a lead in the second half, they're just trying to waste time. And then they just take forever to do everything, right? Everything they do takes 5 times as long as shit. I was pleased that the referee put on 11 minutes of stoppage time after the first half of that game. But she only gave 5 minutes of stoppage time in the second half, which South Africa wasted 2.5 minutes of it playing super slow sub and roll around and fix your sleeves and whatever. But then she only added a minute of time on to the end, right? So That's how they get you. That's why the refs need to be better about that. They need to actually keep track of um, all of the stoppage time and actually make them play it all out. Not let the team do that shit and get away with it. I've been very disappointed at that kind of unappealing gamesmanship. The last Women's World Cup I watched, there wasn't nearly as much of that. Now they're trying to play like the men. They're getting sissified like the men. See, for a while I thought maybe soccer had the opposite impact on women as it has on men. But whereas soccer makes men sissies, maybe it makes women tough ladies. No, turned out that the symptoms of soccer disease just take, I don't know, like 10 World Cups to kick in or something. Turns out soccer makes everybody into a sissy. That's the thing. I love watching soccer, but I really don't like the fact that I'm validating their sissiness. I do not like them faking falling down, rolling all around, etc. It's like as soon as the underdog team gets the ball from out of bounds with a lead, like at least this definitely starts like midway in the second half to the end of the game. They just take forever to do everything. Hey, Moonfei, what do you say? You say your name is Lou? Okay, okay. Well, Moonfei, what I did is after being all scold, boo boo to the notion of NI labels that aren't really, they're just sort of like helping you grok a concept or something. Well, the very next day, of course, I made such a video. Now, granted, mine's more TI than most of those kind of videos, but it's still, what it does is it blurs the distinction between the two S's and the two N's in order to provide more clarity about the judging functions. But the judging functions legitimately can be viewed as more naturally framed under the perceiving functions, because judging functions have clear utility that's easier to explain, etc., than do the perceiving functions. So, this is what I call plate of weed. Plate of weed, I got it out here because I thought I had to grind more wheat. But there's actually 2 bong rips of grinds left in the thing, so I jumped the gun there. I'm sorry. If I got you excited for grinding, I'm sorry. I played soccer for like 2 years, AYSO soccer. When I was on the Dobermans, we went far in the playoffs. I was on a really good team. I was like the worst player on a really good team. The next year, I thought, hey, I like that a lot. I got to play soccer again. The next year, I did not get lucky, and I was on the shittiest team. And it was so shitty. Anyway, by the time I finished playing 2 years of soccer, uh, even the slightest brush from a person's sleeve would knock me over onto the ground. I'd be rolling around in agony. So it took me years to recover from that fragility that soccer had caused me to incur. Get out of here, you fly. I don't like that fly. I wish it would die. But if I can't kill it, it's probably just not gonna coincidentally, conveniently die of a heart attack right now. So, well, you never really see that. How many times do you have flies bothering you? Have you ever seen one of them stop bothering you because it had a heart attack? I've never seen that. I'm not sure how I'd exactly be sure of my diagnosis of a heart attack for a fly, but you'd expect to see that more often. I think what I'm gonna do though, possibly, I just don't see it because I don't keep an eye out for it. Like these night drones around Mariposa and Madera County. Last night I saw them again. I saw one to the west, which is Mariposa County, and one to the east, which is it could be Mariposa, but probably Madera based on it's kind of southeast. Um, and I do feel pretty confident that they're drones. What I don't understand is what in the hell are people doing flying drones in the middle of the night? The one I saw over there, I saw last night at 3:20 in the morning. The one over there was like, I don't know, earlier, like 1 in the morning maybe or something. But I bet if I go look out there right now, I wouldn't be, well, probably maybe it's a little too early, but who is flying drones? They're not right over me or anything. That's how ENFJ interprets getting a fly in their car. I made friends with a fly once and it hung out with me in my car until I got home. Talk about turning even your particularistic of experiences into your universal team frame. Not every time something hangs around you is it because you've befriended it. No, Acacia. Reuben knows better than that. He knows to cut his past loose. He's no slave to his past. That's where people go wrong, you know. He values simpler kinds of SI. Things like occasionally sleeping, eating something, remembering that appointment he had that one time. Things like that. I can't believe it. My alert in my calendar went off, of course, but I actually remembered it myself. That's the kind of SI Reuben values. Hey, look, I've learned something and retained the information. He doesn't worry about more complicated SI. Like keeping elements from my past close to me. Yeah. NFJs, they aren't very object nostalgic. They may be object fetishists in a way, like Lou was saying, making totems out of things, infusing them with meaning, and believing that meaning that you gleaned from it, from linking it to your particular experience, is going to somehow carry it with the object over to the new person. But you know what? That's the thing about magic. If it makes sense, it's not magic. Flies do not gotta fly free. Flies gotta die by the hand of me. Because I'm Eric Strauss Fly Killer. I don't like flies. I didn't invite any of these flies to come over. In fact, I may even have expressly told them don't come over, but it was probably a long time ago and they didn't know it was a permanent don't come over. So I may have to give them a bit of a pass on that one. That's the only thing I can ever conceive of giving them a pass on these horrible flies. There's some, oh, there were some car headlights. So I wonder what those drone flyers are doing, right? Like, my theory is they're looking for Sasquatch. Because this sort of thing somebody might do around here, you know. It's Sasquatchy enough around here, presumably, that somebody might want to look for Sasquatch. But, like, multiple nights, night after night kind of a thing, seems weird, right? There's one right there. It's right there. I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's right there. See that moving white light? It's clearly moving. It's clearly not a plane. It's moving in kind of a herky-jerky fashion. It goes behind the tree. It's hard to see. Let's see if I can get a better angle on it. There. Can you see it now? You see it's moving around, if you can see it. It is not stationary at all. But I don't know if you can see that or not. You know, it's like, what is that thing? Is it in fact a drone? Probably. What possibly could anybody be trying to accomplish? It seems so high up for a drone, too. Maybe drones can go that high. I don't know. And now it seems very still for a while. Like sometimes I think my eyes are playing tricks on me, but then we're clearly moving around right a second ago. Now it's still. I guess you guys can't really see it at all, huh? I mean, I could ask Rachel to come out here and confirm for me this thing is moving around. It's like the one I was looking at last night. This one's staying still a lot, but then it's definitely moving around. It's definitely moving around. It's definitely not a plane or a helicopter or anything. It's a white light, non-pulsating, that's moving around. Like, it's moving around like a fish float when you're reeling in uh, a line from the water and like herky jerky movements, but then only some of the time is it moving around like that. Right now it's still, now it's moving. Now it's moving like a mofo. Wow. And now it's still again. So it's like, that's pretty high up. That's gotta be pretty damn high up. But possibly within the range of a drone. I'm not sure how big the range of those are. I'm just not sure why you'd want to have your drone that high up, because you're not going to get very good images of down below. But the fact that this is like every single night, and it's like, I never looked for it before, right? Until Rachel spotted one of these things, pointed it out, and confirmed it was definitely moving around. There's three people there to confirm that. And moving in a, not like a, there's another one over there. What the hell? That one over there has blinking lights on it. I see a red light periodically blinking on it. The other one, I think, went away. I don't see it anymore unless that's it. Yeah, that is it. It's still there doing its thing. It's a little higher up now. So I'm curious, I can't help but be curious about this, since it's apparently a nightly occurrence. I wonder if it had been for a while, and Rachel just noticed it one time, and then I've known to look for it since. But maybe it was that way for a long time prior to this, or if it's just like a height of the tourist season. Tourists bring their drones up here where they're legal to fly them, and fly them in the middle of the night. I mean, this is in the middle of the night. This isn't that late, but certainly was the middle of the night last night when I saw it. Really makes you wonder. Like this one over here, what could they possibly be doing? They're staying in the same general area, sometimes being quite still for quite a long time. Then they'll move around. Like right now it's moving. It's making a big move, but it's still staying in the same general basic spot in the sky. Like, what could they possibly be looking for from that high up with a drone? What kind of possible footage could they get at night? It's got a light on it, so that's going to ruin any night vision camera. Not infrared, maybe, but even then, they have to be very cool lights. Or you have to have the camera suspended below it or something. I don't know. It's so weird. Like, what is that thing? Is it a drone? If so, why is it doing what it's doing? I have no answer for that. I can't explain why there would be a drone right there doing what it appears to be doing, which is just flying above one general area, maybe trying to stay in that spot and drifting and coming back to it or something. I'm not sure. Staying still for periods of time, then moving a little bit. Like, if they were trying to film below, surely they've gotten their footage by now in that one spot. Like, what's the battery life on those things anyway? I'm curious. Even if we call these explained aerial phenomena and say they're drones, I still find it very mysterious because I can't conceive of why you'd try to hover a drone in one general area after dark, so high up in the sky, for such a long time. I get it if you want to get some footage of the forest at night or something, if you can get it. You probably want to fly down a little closer to the forest tops and kind of sweep over the tops of the trees and stuff. Not be way up there and just stay in that one spot. It could be a cop drone, I guess, looking for a specific fugitive with infrared, but that wouldn't explain the multiple appearances of these things over multiple nights, right? I claimed under oath that they've recovered non-humanoid corpses from the craft. Well, I mean, I presided on a jury where the victim testified that he'd gone to a bar in Chinatown starting at 9 a.m., had stayed there till 2 a.m. with his other young 22-year-old friends or whatever, and that during the entire time he had one drink at the beginning of the evening. That was it, and he was not drunk when he got his altercation with this guy in the gas station after the club shut down, right? He was definitely lying, and he was under oath. Non-human corpses from the craft, huh? So, dogs? Porpoises? Maybe what they just found was some leftover tuna from a tuna sandwich. And regardless, humanoid kind of implies bipedal intelligent creature, right? So, not being a humanoid just means not a human, not an alien. But it kind of suggests not a human, therefore an alien. But that's not what it says. Oh, non-human humanoid corpses. Call it bay monkeys. I mean, the thing is, I want to hear them say alien life forms, although we could not question their corpses. Every indication anybody would intuitively deduce from this is these are classic alien visitors from another world. And this is what they look like. You know? What about this is what they look like? I want to know that. They're interdimensional? You mean they have both width and depth? Well, he's a guy to listen to for these things. None of us are wise to feel certain about anything regarding this. All of us are wise to err on the side of skepticism because that's just the default correct way to do things. But I think obviously it's an emerging narrative event, if nothing else, right? No, I am seeking to debate it. I'm telling you how to be responsible epistemologically when dealing with things like this. In the status quo, we should default toward skepticism and conclude that no aliens. That doesn't mean we should also be unconvincible and answer every piece of evidence presented that there are aliens with, oh, that's just a information campaign. We have to have more cues that it is than simply that it be evidence in favor of aliens, right? So, the status quo we should negate because I haven't heard anything that's convincing yet. Like, what about a description of this alien or a picture? Well, if we recovered their bodies, presumably their bodies don't decay into another dimension. At least if we had enough time to recover and we had enough time to take pictures of them at least. How about some pictures? The interdimensional stuff is cool because it links to folklore. I don't think people understand what dimensions are. I mean, dimensions are like time, length, height, depth. Length, height, depth. Those are dimensions. So, what are we imagining when we're talking about an interdimensional being? Is presumably somebody who lives in a universe that operates in other dimensions, right? Like instead of width and depth and height, their dimensions are like viscosity and space. Space without length somehow. I don't know what those other dimensions would be. Well, okay. In that case, what you're saying is it is the case that human beings experience themselves as being conscious along different dimensions. Typology is one such explanation of those dimensions, right? Like, instead of height, width, depth, duration, we've got know, act, interface, deliberate. Um, but it's incorrect to call those dimensions because dimensionality is something that is an expression of a frame of reference and a circumstance, right? It's like, I'm not, how many dimensions am I operating in right now? Well, from an objective observer standpoint, I'm operating in all three dimensions, and I'm operating again in the fourth dimension of time, uh, because in all of those areas, we can produce concrete measurements to to numerically represent those dimensionality constructs, right? Like, if I stand up, I might say I'm 6'4". I'm telling you how tall I am. It's a height dimensionality, right? Um, if I tell you uh, that I'm this wide, that's width, whatever, you'll note that dimensions are things that allow us to basically uh, symbolize everything concrete about it that can be symbolized. If it can't be concretely symbolized like that, such as um, like emotional engagement, then you can't call that a dimension. Dimensions are things that objects have, and they are uh, realities of our spatial interface that we've articulated the specifics of communicatively. So the idea that something to be interdimensional, when you realize what dimensions are, it seems kind of a weird concept. Now, there's also this concept of the multiverse, or multiple universes, that somehow uh, are similar to each other but different, and there'd be infinite of them. Well, I think really that this multiverse concept is, most of all, more than anything else, a less crazy sounding manifestation of a concept called fractal universes, which says that because every conceptual reality that people envision and communicate about um, creates new realities manifest by agents um, empowered to manifest those new realities by these conceptual communications, right? But that's of course a silly notion, because you're not creating new realities, you're just impacting, altering, having some role to play in somebody else's reality. If we think of reality as something each of us has slash creates by being through time, then questions about the nature of reality become much simpler to answer, right? The nature of reality is a sentient observer moving through time and maintaining self-concept and identity, expressing as a configuration, that functions as a strategy to uphold the firm directive to close the gap between expectations and reality. And you can see in that table as well that right. Well, that's why I dealt with them separately, Mr. Bobby. The multiple dimensionality thing is I finished dismissing that. Then I went on to the multiple reality thing, which has more argumentational grip than the other one, but it still doesn't withstand any muster because the problem is even though individuals each comprise a reality, the multiverse is nothing more than the population of individuals in total, each comprising a reality. That's where your multiverse comes in. It's other people and or artifacts of their agency that they create universes that people inhabit metaphysically. Like I was just inhabiting the Fate universe on Netflix before I got bored with it and started making the stream. If you're not familiar with Fate, it's a long running franchise with lots of different incarnations that is all centered around this battle for the Holy Grail that happens reoccurs periodically, and it allows two like competing factions. One this like powerful mage family, and the other one like a kind of an anti-mage group or something like that. Anyway, and they battle over the Holy Grail, and they get to summon these heroes, etc., etc. I was watching that for a while, and I know that universe. You could ask me questions about the rules of that universe, how it works, what happens if you win the Holy Grail, etc. So in no way that's fake at all. I have inhabited that multiverse, and it's part of my. I've inhabited that universe well enough to know to answer questions about it, right? And it's a real universe in my overall reality, but it's not. Uh, that's not what people mean when they talk about a multiverse, right? We exist currently in a multiverse that um, we have the capacity to consciously articulate, be aware of, and articulate. It's just that's not very sexy, right? There's nothing magic about the multiverse I'm describing. It's just our current status quo reality understood correctly through the correct frame. Okay, Shay Summer. I may watch Fate Zero. I may have watched it before. Like I, I'm always looking for good anime that I haven't watched, and a fairly common phenomenon that happened just recently is that I'll go, well, this one looks good, and I will start watching it and then realize I've already watched it before. This happens with any anime that I've watched on another platform besides Crunchyroll. If I've watched it on Crunchyroll, it'll show as watched. But I'll often be surprised that I watched it. Like, I don't remember this title. I think I watched every episode. I mean, but then, in this instance with Code Geass, I had watched it on probably Netflix or something like that. I prefer watching it on Netflix actually because you can go 1.5 speed, and if the if it's fully dubbed out, you can put it on Japanese audio and American subtitles, even if it's not in Japanese originally. Because I don't like the Chinese animes. I don't like the sound of the voices. It's too Kershaw. It's not Chinese isn't a pretty language. Japanese is a pretty language. It's a noble sounding language, right? Chinese is a whiny sounding language. So I could check out Fate Zero. I may or may not have watched it before. I have watched Code Guys before, and it's disappointing when I realized, oh, because initially I thought, no, I haven't watched this before. I've watched these characters before, but I'm quite sure it was not this storyline. And then I was quite sure was quite wrong. As I'd gone through it, I realized, okay, I have watched this before. I know what happens. Okay, now I'm not that interested anymore. Eric, you missed messages from others above. Okay, let's see. What if Earth is a hub and all the different types and variations are multi-versions of each other? Well, you'd be there. If that were the case, you'd be able to do all the permutations and figure out exactly how many multiverses there were. It wouldn't be multi anymore. It'd be like the the kiloverse or the megaverse, the terra the terraverse, depending on how many permutations that worked out to be. Just as 3D objects cast a shadow upon a 2D plane, what if what the existence we're perceiving is the shadows of 4D entities cast over a three-dimensional space? Well, I mean, we're 4D entities times the fourth dimension. So you have to say 5D entities casting shadows on a four-dimensional space, because shadows can only be cast if time moves, right? So, okay, the thing is, the problem with this notion is we express our realities by attending on four dimensions, and shadows express primarily on three of those four dimensions. In other words, they have length, width, they express in time, they change as time passes, but they don't really have depth, right? So what you'd be conceiving then in that idea would be that in the fifth dimension, the dimension would be well, it would function differently than all of the other dimensions, right? Because as indicated there, your shadow being cast is expressed in terms of dimensionality. You can take out the time dimension and render a drawing of a shadow or a photograph of a shadow, making it not change over time, right? Now you've reduced it to just two dimensions. It's got no depth, it's got no time, just has width and no height, we just got width and length. So the thing is, we can conceive of shadow casting because we have these three dimensions. We can then generalize up to conceive of a unspecified but hypothetically existing dimension that does something equivalent to objects in three dimensions, four dimensions, when sun is on them, right? What would that thing have to be? It would have to be rendering us, our agency and observation, into the equivalent of an object, and the shadow it would cast would be expressed not as an actual shadow, but as some other thing. But that still wouldn't. But it's not really possible to conceptualize what such a fifth dimension would be that would have those attributes. Like basically, the idea of somebody having some parties having access to an additional dimension that affords them a perspective advantage is a troubling notion, because we can only ever really be wildly speculative about what such a dimension might be, and there's no reason to assume that in order to conclude that fifth dimension necessitates that we be blind not only to things in the fifth dimension, but additionally to artifacts that might manifest within our four dimensions as manifest by the presumably advantageous position of the fifth dimension people onto this world. So if in fact they're taking fifth dimension stuff we can't see, doing stuff in this fifth dimension we can't see, but that it's impacting us ultimately here in our four dimensions. In other words, they use the fifth dimension to get here, but then they cease to be fifth dimensional things and just operate in four dimensions so we can see them periodically, or they flicker back and forth between fifth and fourth dimension. I mean, you're conceiving of a dimension as filling too many roles here intellectually, right? So I don't think the dimension thing is very promising. We can come up with a metaphor like that, Ruben, but given that we can't come up with an example of how that might play out because we don't know what this fifth dimension thing is, yeah. Right, we can't conceptualize what we can't conceivably observe or attend to in some fashion. We can't conceptualize what it might be. We might be able to be informed about it by somebody who can conceptualize it because they could access it. But to call it a dimension at all, it's presumed to know something about it that we don't know. So you're begging the question, right? Simulation hypothesis is a very reasonable hypothesis. And in my opinion, while it certainly doesn't make its case that we should affirm it as the explanation for things, it's the least troubling, creates the fewest rhetorical problems, language, person problems, among the prevailing theories of where we all came from, where species came from, stuff like that, right? It's the best of those theories argumentationally. It's better than, the argumentational wasteland that is religion. It's better than the intellectual wasteland that is evolution. Because at least with simulation theory, there are some spooky things that would highly suggest, they're highly suggestive of it, you know. Like, we would seem to be hitting certain kinds of walls, like at the quantum level, where it's like beyond the capacity of us to really conceptualize or use meaningfully, at least for now, you know. Because, of course, every attempt to attend to the matter of quantumness is a collapse of any superposition that might be there regarding the subject. So you can never evaluate anything in its unobserved state, yet you're making tests and stuff using observation. In the absence of a way to compare against non-observed things, because as soon as the comparison starts, you've observed them, right? That feels like a wall in a video game that represents the edge of the map. You just can't go past it all. You just have to walk back. You've reached the end of the map, you know. Intuitively, it feels like that. Additionally, there's this weird pattern of extinction events happening every 40 million years prior to the current stretch of time which produced intelligent life, that intuitively feels like somebody playing a simulation game like SimCity 2000 or whatever, and keep a series of attempts not going the way that he wanted them to. And as soon as he realizes, oh, this is another dead-end path, he sets off an extinction event so he can start over, right? Happened every 40 million years, kind of like clockwork, until 66 million years ago, last extinction event. Why haven't we had another one? Well, because the explanation would be in this intuitive answer, not substantiated with anything other than intuitive resonance, is that he got to his goal of getting intelligent life. Now he can really start playing the game, because that's when the game really becomes fun, right? And what's with all this alien shit? Well, could be explained by, just as you could turn on and off natural disasters, in SimCity 2000, I think, you could also turn on and off aliens. But even if you couldn't in the actual game, you can conceive of a game where it's a fixture that you could turn on and off, right? Now, because it would explain COVID too, like the simulation is set up to just generally suppress, such that they're ineffective, the normal checks and balances that would prevent the globe from making such a terrible mistake, because he had turned back on natural disasters, right? So the simulation presents him with a global pandemic, and it's like a choose your own adventure thing. What do you want to choose? Err on the side of caution and promote lockdowns? Can't you just see like the top secret classified document thing pop up on the screen and say, alert. Um, the Chinese have been engineering this uh, pandemic virus that is designed to call the population. And here's some facts about it. What should we do? And he's like, err on side of caution and just, I don't want like half the population to die. And then, but he made the wrong choice, right? He's like, oh, fuck. So, well, who knows? You know, if we are in a simulation, then my skepticism is up against the slabs. The slabs are when the simulation has an event, right? Because there's settings in the simulation that allow the player to manage how frequently events happen, what kind of events, and stuff like that. He's got, you know, global crises set to like medium or something. And of course, the simulation was smarter than the player in this instance because he made the wrong choice and cost a lot of money and accomplished nothing. So now he's kind of kicking himself. He's trying to figure out how to get the global economy back working properly. And if he's smart, I think there's some way he can like direct a simulated subordinate working directly for the player to seek out like hidden leaders with solutions. And then, you know, the player either will make the right choice and get me elected president somehow, or he'll make the wrong choice and deprioritize that as a mechanism, obtaining useful information. You know, and it may even be that you've got like a dungeon master setup, that there's a player that once he gets sentient life developed, then other players can come in and play and blindly play as simulated people in the world, right? So I could be like one of the players. He knows that I got the fly in the bathroom. So before I even flush the toilet or do anything else, I'm going to try to kill the fly while it's in the bathroom. Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about TESE problems with Eric. I came in here to get the torch to kill the fly. And I thought to myself, Eric, you'd be better off getting the fly swatter. Normally, a lot of the time, even though I say that to myself, I end up just getting the thing that I shouldn't get anyway. This time, I'm going to be a little bit more bold in my execution of this task, proper fashion. And I'm going to get the fly swatter, which I thought I knew where it was. Yes, I do. This is an excellent fly swatter. As you see, it's a round fly swatter. Gives you a little bit more range. It's fast. Pow, pow, pow. And Well, they don't call it the third eagle of fly swatters for nothing. It also has fly armor piercing capacity, in case this is an armored fly. Did the fly fly out in a brief moment when I came back in? Could it possibly have gone out the door? Could it have gone where else? Under the door or something? I don't see it. Here, well, at least I have the fly swatter. If I see it again, was it right there? Did it just get out? You fly. Having a fly in your house is annoying. We have so many fewer flies in our house up here than we did in Arcadia. It's crazy. We had a lot of flies in our house in Arcadia. We were just trying to get a head start on eating all of our corpses. Fortunately, Rachel and I made it out of there before we died. That place and everything about it was endowed with the sickly leavings of death. So the thing is, we do find these invisible walls, including speciation. We can't explain it. The fossil record suggests it occurs, but mechanistically, all of our attempts so far have been fruitless, and we now live in this morass of most people believing in evolution without having any concept of what they're believing in, and most people suggest, evangelizing evolution or persisting in the normalization of it. Have a lot of particular things that, if you ignore everything around them, might seem like they support evolution, and just an apparently willful refusal to engage the myriad contradictions in any meaningful way, It's not a fret list. It's got frets. I've played it for you before. Shows to you. I could not be any happier with this bass. I'm happy with the guitar, but I am thrilled with this bass. It plays so nice. Yes, sure. It has this ridiculous thing on it. But I didn't get it for what thing it has on it. I got it for which is the best bass. And this is the best bass. I haven't played a bass like this so nice. I don't think I ever have. Granted, I don't play super high-end basses or anything, but I'm not showing you the bass. I'm showing you me. So, I'll play you something that I recorded with this bass earlier. And it sounds like this. This is a bass line from Helen Gurley, updated a little bit. See if I can get it to sound better with this. that's a bass line from Howlin' Gurley, this song I had from quite a while, a long time ago, but I like the bass line a lot. So I decided to see if I could get a good recording with this bass. And I did, you know, it's like, I I expect to have a lot more problems recording bass successfully because it's always been my experience in the past. But this bass plays so smooth and easy, I can do it, you know. And then I remember how good, you know, I got spent a lot of time recording that, but yeah, my fingers are sore now. I played earlier a lot. I wanted to put a guitar part over that. Instead, what I did was two totally unrelated things. I recorded the guitar part over it, and then I recorded this unrelated bass part over it. Here's the guitar thing. That's kind of a cool guitar part. And you get a good bass line for that, then that'd be good. And for the other one, and you get a guitar part for that, then I could make like the first part of a song, and then I gotta add another part, right? I decided, I've been perhaps inspired by thinking about how Johnny produces music. I've been inspired to uh, try producing some stuff this way, like basically get like a part down that you got a good bass guitar drums, then find exactly the right melody and words for that part, and then figure out what comes next, right? I think that's how it works. But I don't know. But also, like whatever part you're trying to construct, like the drum, guitar, bass for, it's got to be snapping as a groove. So each of those is lacking a component to make it snapping. You're probably going to want a simplified part with some drums dropped out, you know. It keeps like just the bass and the guitar and the vocals going. Should have some dynamic changes within it. You know, it's like I've been studying the guy's music basically. Every time I listen to it, and we listen to it like every day, I've been trying to understand it. You know, I basically figured out how to play Strawberry Chain, so I can't really play it like perform it because I haven't practiced it enough to do that, but more or less figured it out. Got a couple of voicings wrong in it, but it's Pretty interesting composition, I'll tell you that much. Like all this shit. It's very interesting compositionally. It's like, hey, you're doing some interesting things there, mister. Oh, well, I'm feeling a little bit tired, but don't worry, friends. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? It sounds good in recording. It's really comfortable to play. Um, and I feel like empowered on it to play, to attend to what a bass should attend to, which is being in lockstep with the drums and getting the rhythm exactly right on the bass, right? And consistent, not, you know, you don't have any like fuck around leeway, which you might have most with vocals, less so with guitar, but a little bit more so than with bass and drums, you know. I'm I've been getting better for a long time, gradually at precision, but I'm still not the most precise musician by any means. We would evolve little weak pale bodies in space and big dark eyes, would we? Because from what I can tell, people who spend a long time in space experience myriad medical problems from it, and they do not adapt to it. So instead of coming back looking more like aliens, they come back looking more like damaged human beings. But their children, though, they're born with space features and are fucked because their parents had done too much damage to their bodies to ever go to space again. It'd be pretty hard even if you accepted that all the mechanisms are great in evolution to explain how how parents who spend too much time in space and get space sick, how children born with adaptive space qualities, that one, they're not gonna be able to utilize those advantages because they're stuck here on Earth. And really, if we wanted to evolve to be really suitable for space, we'd evolve a skin that has enough blubber and fur on it that we can be comfortably warm at near absolute 0 Kelvin. It rarely gets quite that cold out in space weather, but when it does, obviously we need to go inside. Now, the other thing we'd evolve if we were to evolve well for space, we'd evolve the equivalent of a lung that instead of breathes air out of water, breathes air out of vacuum. So, we need a space lung. We need hyper cold resistant skin. And we need some sort of air balloon in our chest, perhaps, that inflates and deflates is vastly superior to anyone on Earth because it would need to accommodate sudden pressure changes from normal Earth pressure to complete vacuum and back again without you being injured biologically and not having to wear a spacesuit. So it's a pretty tall order for evolution to generate this ideal space being, but you know what? I have faith. I have faith that evolution can do it. And really, if you think about it, why don't we currently have human beings on Earth who can exist without any special suit or anything in outer space? Well, because too few humans have been exposed to the rigorous challenges of outer space naked. Naked and Evolving in Outer Space is a show I want to pitch to the Discovery Channel. People think, hey, I can't do that. I'm too weak. I'm too wimpy. It's all a state of mind. If you're tough enough, if you're a real survivalist, you can be jettisoned from a shuttle naked into the depth of outer space and survive 21 days on nothing but dust mites and sun particles. So, you know, that's what I need to see happen is I want extreme condition evolution, right? Like, how many people do you think we'd have to throw into a volcano before one of them mutated into a volcano resistant person? Maybe by developing skin that's made out of asbestos and it's like 8 feet thick. What's my choice of deodorant? Well, I believe it's called something English, England something. I'll go look in the bathroom. I don't want to wake Rachel up. The lights seem to be out. I'm gonna go look because I'm curious now. Is my deodorant really from England? Or is it actually a fake American knockoff? You know, I know English, it's Old Spice. There's no England in that, but it suggests England. But Pure Sport, that suggests more America. High Endurance, that suggests America, I guess. Or like Russia, maybe. It's got a mishmash of countries. Anyway. The thing is, when I went to the CVS to buy this, I asked the lady, I have a question. Do you know which Old Spice this is? Like, is it cloves? Is it pepper, salt? She explained to me that they only mean their name metaphorically. I'm trying to elicit fond notions of good smelling spice markets in jolly old England. Well, they fooled me. They did. It makes me wonder how I could have been so naive to accept her answer, allspice. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. It's got all the spices, I guess. First of all, allspice did not have all the spices, I learned. Second of all, this doesn't seem like it had anything to do with allspice. I think she was just lying to me. You getting sleepy? You want me to tuck you in and go to bed? We'll do that pretty soon, okay? I think I'm about ready to go lie down too, so we can do that in the soothing darkness of the bedroom. I would normally say, oh, I can't do that because Rachel's in there sleeping. But since she's listening to me on her phone, she might as well just listen to me say it out loud in the room, you know? You like your spices like your women? Old? Well, let me introduce you to Rachel's mom. She's single, and she's getting up there. He's dreaming for 3 more hours. What I want to do before I start streaming is a little something called meow the meow. I do this for just a little while. I've been curious to try to see what kind of what kind of woman nicknames her lover squirrel penis. It's offensive. You know, my friend Don came over the other day and was talking to me about it. Said he met this great new woman. He really likes her. Pretty much everything about her except she insists on calling him squirrel penis. So he's kind of offended by that. He tries to get her to articulate in what fashion his penis is squirrel-like. She just says, tee, which isn't very helpful, obviously. Just answer the question, you know? Let's just say tee hee 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 hee. I don't blame him for his state of ontological distress right now. I remember the first time that happened to me. A woman pulled down my pants and said, "Oh my God, you got a squirrel penis." And I had the same reaction this guy did. I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Oh, you know what I mean." I didn't, but I just played along. I guess I do know what you mean. Squirrel penis. I still don't know what they mean when they say that. Collects a lot of nuts. Climbs trees well. Looks like a squirrel. Or looks like a squirrel's penis. Maybe it attracts squirrels. Could be a lot of different things. Hard to say. Alright, let's see what the proper guitar for this bass line would sound like if I were somebody who could make it up. I could plug this into the bass amp. Seems to come through the bass head fine, the guitar. Or just how I recorded the other guitar part. Just through the bass head. What I'll do is just adjust the knobules and stuff on this a little bit. Which is to say, we'll turn it on. I will push mid and push low. And I will put in the headphones so it doesn't come out of the cabinet because it's getting late. While concurrently running the line out. to the center. Solving problems the Eric way. Now, of course, I probably left these things turned on all night. Yes. So, that was dumb. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright. We're going to go here. We'll push the old R. Okay. Okay. Too hot. Let's get the cords for this. You're coming on too hot. Okay. After I do this one, then don't worry, I'm gonna be done doing this. Like that. Okay, there. Coming too hot. Okay, now I got the cords, it'll be fine. It'll be done with this. Don't you worry your pretty little heads. I know what the cords are now. What we're gonna have here is an explosion of accomplishment all at once. That'll sound good. Start clipping. There, Eric. Let me run it. I got one cycle. That's all I needed. I finally got it. The one here. Took me a while to figure it out, but. Unplug this, put it away, put it over here, and what do you say? Now I'm going to see if I can get that thing, and we'll hear it together, and then we'll sing. Let's go. Okay, right here. I got one. No, not at. Don't be a meanie. Yeah. What's half of this? This is 11,176. Half of 11,176. 1,1,176 divided by 2 equals 5,588. So what I need to do is get 5,588 here. Oh, 5,588. Yeah, with the yeah. There we go. And then this one, we'll trim this, get rid of the rest of the shit there. Cow. Exit, home it, paste it, and paste, and paste, and paste. We'll see what it sounds like. Look like whatever. See what it sounds like. Okay, so we'll compress this a little bit so you can see it. Gather it down a bit. I think it's premature here. I should start it right here where the other one starts. It's not lined up properly. Okay, so it starts here. Just start at the beginning of one of those though, right? That's enough fucking around with that. I don't know if the latency's off or I'm just playing terribly, but ain't no salvaging this one. That guitar is gonna have to be revisited in a time where I've got more energy, inspiration, skill, and or luck. One of those things. Thanks to a little nightly thing, daily nightly thing I like to call Eric's Experiment in Failure. If you don't experiment with failure, how well can you really understand just how bad you're failing? It's an SI frame of reference. I need to experience my failures firsthand. then I know what failure really looks like. And what's of course super important is that everything in your own self-analysis be as brutally objective as possible. Always articulate your failures, never your successes, and stay humble. Remember, deep down, you're at best nothing special, at worst a complete piece of shit. Does it seem like kind of that's what the world's message to us is? It kind of feels that way to me sometimes. Like, hey world, why are you being so aggro about everything? Did you just recently complete agriculture classes in college and now you think you know everything about it? Well, if so, response 1, wrong kind of aggro. Response 2, shut the fuck up. And that's how I won the argument with somebody from the agricultural business. I told them a thing or two. And they said, that's your limit, 2 things. And nobody could really disagree with that. Only my dead grandmother chimed in via a medium that happened to be holding a seance in the same hotel convention room area that we were in. So she chimed in. She said, what's all this? I'm in the middle of something. That's the most we could get out of her. What am I doing, you might say? Eric, what are you doing? And why are you doing this? Well, I'm looking for a little device that I like to call, as did my father before me, the twanger. And I found the twanger. Additionally, a flashlight, because I'll be needing that. That should be all I need, but I'm not really sure. So I better bring this just in case. This is called the torch, in case there isn't a lighter on the table in the garage. Because this time, instead of standing outside, like some kind of crazed outside maniac, I'm going to take advantage of what might be deemed transition space G, namely the garage. If you love garages like I do, you may well appreciate this enticing foray into the garage. Okay. I say, but Eric, isn't it dangerous? You could trip over something at any minute. Are you sure about that? Now that I'm all the way into the garage, I can turn off this flashlight, take advantage of the overhead lighting this room provides. One of its many wonderful features, including having a floor, these things, all kinds of stuff. This is the top of the line garage with features. But, you know, it's the INTJ version of that. The ESTJ version of the optimized garage space would have like workspaces dedicated to woodworking specifically, stuff like that. Because, you know, they know what particular experiences they want to have doing shit like that. This is just perfectly designed for having plenty of storage, different, mostly big cabinets you can put pretty much anything in. But they can give you 2 counter spaces and then these extra bottom ones here that are a little flatter for drawers. Regardless, makes me want to organize my stuff better, but organizing stuff well is hard, you know? It's hard to anticipate which stuff you're going to use enough to justify putting it there versus which stuff's going to sit untouched for a long time, which justifies putting it there, because you're the less SITE you are, the less capable you are of anticipating that your needs and uses for things are going to stay consistent. Like in an absolute value SITE, the SI is the absolute value of an ISTJ, they tend to have one something they need specifically for that purpose, for a specific purpose. They tend to have a backup, and then they may have a third one because the initial one they bought turned out to be not meet all their needs. So the second and third one they bought, well, it was to get the good one and then the backup, right? ESTJs may have a lot more instances of redundancy than that, you know? I think that may have to do with NI-polar and instrumental SI, like it's just a way of going about business that you SI as your tool function means you're going to gather a lot of objects. SI DOMs probably have a more nuanced relationship with objects because it's more their mastery, it's their mastery area or identity area. So they, ISTJ has a very strong relationship with objects. ISFJ less so because FET polar means, you know, they just know that they want their space to be comfortable, and so their houses are not as cluttered with crap as ESFJs, but a lot more disorganizedly dealt with by ISFJs and ISTJs. Nobody would accuse an ISTJ of not organizing his shit well. That'd be a crazy, crazy thing to do. I was going to say something about an 80s song earlier today to Rachel, which I forgot about when I walked back in the house, but now I can't remember. Oh, right. Commanding people not to forget. something I do at the end of water streams. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. But I want to remind you that I am not the pioneer of that expression. There was an 80s band who pioneered that expression with their hit song, Don't You Forget About Cheese. Now, granted, mine's a bit of a variation on that. It says, don't forget to remember to eat plenty of cheese. Or just, don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And that doesn't say, don't you forget about cheese. In the song, they don't just accept the native commandedness of an implied you. They expressly state the you, so you know that you are being commanded not to forget. You know, and a command to not forget about something, well, it's either going to work simply because the person's SI and there are sufficient SI associative triggers that they end up remembering the person a lot more than they otherwise would have because they remember that admonition to remember them. But if you say, don't you forget about me, somebody's NI, they'll probably be like, well, I either will or I won't. It's not that I have any control over anything. They may not say that. That's probably how they feel and think internally about it. They're like telling me, don't you get red in the face when you're angry. You choose that. You may be claiming you choose being angry somehow. You can't be said to have chosen red face or physical manifestations of that anger there. Foreseeable without intentional consequences. The thing potentially you could have some sort of control over, which is choice to be angry or something else. You definitely have some control over it chemically, like I'm about to fall asleep because I actually took a full clone tonight because I so badly needed no sleep and I felt pretty tired anyway, so I'm probably going to go to bed pretty soon. But moral of that story is lullabies sometimes come in pill form. That's not the most common form. We should write more lullabies because there's only a couple lullabies people ever sing. One main one, right? I'll write a lullaby right now. The day was long. I felt tore up. And that's not new. 'Cause I stayed up. Now sleep deprived, I have arrived in a chair by a little wilderness car. Little wilderness car. Take my weary bones, ride me to sleep like a toddler in a car seat, easing down the road at night 'cause vibrations make it tired. And though I cry and wail not, 'cause I'm a grown up, not a tot, nevertheless, negative things go along with not being able to sleep. So put me in my little wilderness car and drive me around bundled in a blanket, bouncing about, and the sound of the engine moving around, well, it makes me begin to go to sleep. Now how about you? 'Cause I've driven you out in the wilderness too, though only metaphorically. Is my metaphor, you see, confers a sleepiality equivalent to driving G. And this here song's a lullaby, so go right down and go and lie your head on pillows soft and beds so firm and taut with delight. That's my lullaby. So you got a lullaby. Now you want bedtime stories, but I will try to tell a bedtime story. Grace will go to sleep in bed before I go to sleep. And the last act I do, because right now I think it would not be unfair to rename me Sleep Junior the Somnambulant. I say, well, why Sleep Junior? Why not Sleep Senior? Well, because actually Sleep Junior sleeps better than Sleep Senior. Because Sleep Junior is not an old man who has to get up to pee all the time, you know. That's just one of the reasons. Also, Sleep Junior sleeps the sleep of the innocent. Because Sleep Junior isn't stressing over responsibilities and or past failures or whatever, because he's just a baby. If you want to sleep the best sleep of your life, what you have to do is sleep as well as a combination between a dog, a log, a baby, and a rock. So what I'm thinking is, in order to combine them in a humane way, we'll combine the baby and the dog. Call it a puppy, right? And then we'll just put it on top of a rock that's on top of a log. Now, condense that down to its core archetypal form. What you have is a tree that grows rocks that look like dogs, but that also is can frequently made into logs by chopping it down. And in this instance, the tree is in log form. So that's how you end up with a log that nevertheless is still producing fruit of rocks that look like dogs. If that doesn't make you sleepy, I don't know what will. Regardless, that's the sleepiest creature in the world. It's called the rock dog log tree. And of course, the dogs are babies, baby rock dogs. You know, the rock dogs sculptured with puppies. It grows as fruit. Of course, inside the fruit is a single seed. If you plant it, naturally it grows another rock dog log baby tree. But if you eat it, shockingly, it doesn't make you tired. It's a form of particularly powerful and dangerous amphetamine known as super meth. Super meth is like regular meth, except it tweaks you out so hardcore you never realize you need to eat or sleep for 6 days before finally it wears off and you're a starving, broken man. Ah, that's why I would never recommend eating those seeds. You think like, oh, just try half a seed. You don't know how strong those seeds are. They're naturally produced, not carefully manufactured in a lab, So get a strong seed. You could have the most productive and least sane weeks, several weeks of your life. So much enthusiasm you'll have. Oh my God, ever since I ate that seed, I have gotten so much stuff done. Well, have you gotten a lot of work done? Well, stuff. Things I didn't want to do, things I felt like I had to do, or other things that I should do but didn't have to do and didn't want to do that I didn't do. A lot of things. Well, that's great. That's wonderful. You truly are an evangelist. Hi, beautiful. I'm coming to bed now. And as I'm going to sleep here, I'll be telling a bedtime story. But it probably won't stay awake for very long. Okay. I'm putting the covers on me. I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, before I started this channel, I had a life that I don't really remember or know. And the reason is because of a big truth I'm going to reveal right now that will help get this story underway. It turns out, well, I've been denying it and stuff. I actually am an interdimensional traveler. And what I learned when I arrived in this universe is that it displaced the me that was already here. So for everybody in my family, friends, they know this Eric that's stretched back maybe decades, depending on who it is, right? But the only relationship I've ever had with a human being, really a close one, began when I arrived from the other dimension uh, late in August of 2022 or whatever it was, 2019, and discovered that I had switched places with an Eric in this dimension that was in a terrible relationship. So naturally, during a couple of days of that, I put an end to it very quick because I don't know what he was thinking being with that horrible woman. Thereafter, it's all been kind of a scramble for me in this interdimensional, mess up you might call it. It wasn't what was planned exactly, but we knew it was a possibility. And So being here in this dimension, taking over the kind of a loser guy Eric that is living here with me, my superior fifth dimension universe. Well, that's where we began the story. So in this story, we're gonna reveal some more things that you may not have ever heard from me before, because it's kind of private stuff. Like Rachel and I actually got involved like 3 days after we met up in person in a gun battle with some aliens who naturally were trying to hone in on this irregularity that they had noticed, namely that the data on their data analysis alien computers, they had picked out that I started behaving differently all of a sudden, and that coincided with, of course, the dimensional switch that we pulled. Naturally, dimensional switches also leave residual energy signatures, and we can't read them as humans, but aliens can read them. They picked up on the fact that I had just gone in there and taken over his life and switched him into mine without enough consideration of what might happen. And I was brought before the Board of Interdimensional Travel Advisory Rules and Enforcement, and they did rule that I had behaved in a non-optimal way, but that it didn't rise to the level to justify changing the results, right? So, regardless, let's get back to this interdimensionality thing. What I discovered here is that a lot of people come up to me and say, "You look like exotic or something." A lady said to me just the other day, a man said to me, "You've got this kind of not from here vibe." And I said, without lying, of course, in my superior knowledge of an alien, I said, "Oh no, 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 I'm no alien." And he said, "Okay, because another thing I've learned here on Earth is that humans are very, very upset if you don't respect their feelings." And that's when I transitioned to the feeling protection department, because I could tell that all of these do whatever you want, Aleister Crowley things, and by a lot of wackos. Well, as you can tell, it's good night time. Good night.